Vážené kolegyně, vážení kolegové, vítejte v Praze. Konferencí předsedkyň a předsedů parlamentů členských zemí Evropské unie pomyslně završíme české předsednictví v Radě Evropské unie. To bylo významně poznamenáno vpádem ruského agresora na Ukrajinu v únoru 2022. Bezpečnostní situace v Evropě od druhé světové války nikdy nebyla tak závažná.
Jestliže chceme v této bezpečnostní krizi obstát, musíme udělat všechno pro to, aby Evropa byla silnější a odolnější. Základem k tomu je naše jednota a rozšiřování našeho společenství o podobně smýšlející země, což upevní naše bezpečí a stabilitu a posílí naši obranyschopnost.
Je důležité, abychom vytrvali v podpoře Ukrajiny, dokud to bude potřeba. Ukrajinci totiž bojují i za nás všechny.
Hrdinný boj Ukrajinců je bojem za naše společné hodnoty, za naši společnou budoucnost, za možnost o ní rozhodovat. Ruský agresor musí být poražen a musí za své jednání plně zaplatit.
K definitivní a trvalé porážce ruského režimu přispějeme i tím, že se plně vyvážíme ze všech závislostí, které na něm, ale i jiných autoritářích máme.
Proto je důležité, aby napříč celým světem demokratické země spolupracovaly. Jedině tak posílíme jistotu, že v těchto společných zkouškách uspějeme.
České předsednictví v Radě Evropské unie probíhalo v době, která byla zkouškou pro celou Evropu. Vrcholila energetická krize. Z Ukrajiny k nám přicházeli lidé, kteří potřebovali pomoc. Každý z nás byl v jiné situaci. Často nebylo snadné najít společnou řeč, ale vždy se to nakonec podařilo. Jsme teď méně závislí na ruských zdrojích, podporujeme inovativní, energeticky suverénní ekonomiku, pomáháme všude, kde je to potřeba. A zvládneme i další zkoušky. Víme, že společně jsme silnější.
Evropa ani svět zrovna neprochází lehkými časy. Mnoho výzev je stále ještě před námi a nám nezbyde, než se k ním postavit čelem. Důležité je, abychom spolu nepřestali komunikovat. Nemusíme spolu vždy a ve všem souhlasit, ale musíme společně hledat řešení. Nebude to vždy snadné, ale má smysl se o to znovu a znovu snažit. Opakovaně totiž dokazujeme, že v těžkých časech jsme schopni překonat rozdíly a shodnout se na tom podstatném.
Vážené paní
Madam Speakers, Speakers and Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, let me open the second day of our conference. I'd like to welcome you all to the continuation of the EU Speakers Conference. Today, we are joined by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, Jan Lipavsky. I'd like to welcome him here. And ladies and gentlemen, by way of introduction, I'd like to thank you for yesterday's fruitful and constructive debate on the topic of Ukraine. Today, we shall talk more about the role of the European Union in global cooperation of democracies and the issue of EU member states' dependence on totalitarian regime. We shall focus on the information warfare, disinformation, security of supply chains, or strategic autonomy. We first will listen to two speakers, or the opening addresses, if you will, and I would kindly ask you to get to your seats, provided you haven't done so, in order to be able to listen to the opening address of Miloš Vystrčil, President of the Czech Senate, whom I would like to welcome as well, and I would like to hand over the floor to him. Mr. President. Madam Speaker, Presidents, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, by way of introduction, allow me to say that I'm very happy we can meet like this. And when I was preparing for my today's contribution, I have actually come up with 5 pages of notes. Then, having gone through our debate yesterday and the evening function at the Prague Castle, I decided not to read all 5 pages. Instead, I will tell you what I feel after our yesterday's debate and what I feel is the most important thing for us. Yesterday, at the Prague Castle, where we were welcomed by the President, Petr Pavel, on a line note said that the President is new to the castle, and should we get lost at the castle, I wasn't sure if he would help us at all. But then I said that I'm convinced that he would certainly help. And the reason I say that is, I'm of the opinion that the first important thing for all of us is to learn from each other and to help each other. We ought to be able to transfer our experience so those who are more advanced and have more stable democracy show the way to those who only create their democracy, and those with younger democracy and do not have any but have experience from the totalitarian regimes, remind the older ones of the totalitarian regime because they already forgotten or maybe have not lived in totalitarian regimes, and they need to realize how dangerous totalitarian regime is. And this is the fundamental benefit of our meeting, I think. And I'd like to thank you for being able to exchange our experience and for being able to learn from each other. And as Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk said, democracy is a discussion. Within the framework of information and experience exchange, we set rules on the basis of which the European Union operates, the rules that are being continuously expanded. And let's admit that increasing and widening the rules is not faultless. They become more and more complicated, and it is sometimes even difficult for us to find our way in the rules. And how on earth those who want to join the European Union should find their way in the rules and understand the rules. And I think they could give us a lesson themselves. And we should ask ourselves a question. How come these complicated rules and system are being put on those who would like to extend the family of democratic countries, and whether or not we should not be more helpful to those countries, either on individual basis as national parliaments or jointly within the European Union or the European Parliament. I have had a discussion about this with Roberta Metsola, the President of the European Parliament, and she said that it would be good if we think about the countries that are candidate countries or potential candidate countries. How do we help those countries? Because the rules are one thing, and the acceptance of the rules and the possibility to fulfill those rules is the second thing. So let's not concentrate only on the rules, but let's also concentrate on the principles, because the principles and the values are the fundaments of what the European civilization and our democracy is based on. Speaking of values, I'm convinced that we should be more brave. We are living in difficult times. We're in times of the Russian aggression to Ukraine. We're living in times where around the globe the COVID pandemic isn't far from over. We are experiencing troubles with energy supplies. And in times like these, it is very difficult to come to terms with those who want to play while not obeying the rules, or with those who change the rules as it suits them and as they please. We are in a very difficult situation because it is very difficult to explain to our citizens that some things that are determined by the rules cannot be changed by us, while those playing while not actually adhering the rules or change the rules as they please can actually do things which are unheard of in democracies which are actually following the rules. And hence it is very difficult to maintain the support of the population for the free and democratic order. It is difficult to explain to them they should not actually succumb to cheap energy, cheap foodstuffs, or cheap way of living, because all those rain traders, those who offer something cheaper or fancier or something that they offer for free, well, there will come a day they will ask for a heavy payment, and this is actually something we should not forget. The European prosperity is something we achieved thanks to global trade, global cooperation, and we have actually earned it with our hard work. But I think it's time to admit that our prosperity and our quality of life is something that we have because we have been living on a debt. We have been living on the debt of this world. We have debt towards the environment and towards the organization of this world. And we had lived with debt by means of deepening our dependency on authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. And deepening this dependency can become very expensive. And there's no way how but to get from the dependency on strategic products and raw materials which we get from totalitarian and authoritarian regimes and countries. And this is not going to be a pain-free process. And if there's someone to play the decisive role in this venture, then it is those with the highest democratic legitimacy, which happen to be the parliaments. It is the duty of the members of parliaments to be brave, to say the truth, to say that we have been living in a debt and that it is time to pay that debt. Because if we don't pay now, if we don't gradually get rid of dependency on the totalitarian and authoritarian regimes, we will pay a heavy price sooner or later. If it's not us, then it's going to be our children and our grandchildren. Therefore, I kindly ask you all to cooperate in this respect, and let's invite all like-minded countries to this cooperation. So this is not something pertaining to the European Union only. It is not only the task of the European Union, it is the task of all the other countries, NATO member states, all other like-minded countries that want to become member states of the European Union in the future. By way of conclusion, the question is, what is our role? What is our role as speakers and presidents of parliaments of EU member states? I'm convinced that our country, our parliaments where democratic hearts are beating. And it is our task to make this heartbeat, democratic heartbeat, heard, not only within the EU, but globally and around the world. And we ought to be able to create the society, the power of which and energy of which will be the strong and big democratic heart. Thank you for your attention.
Pane předsedo, děkuji.
Thank you very much, President of the Senate. I believe you have given us some food for thought. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech government, Mr. Jan Lipavský. So the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to talk to you on this occasion of this year's conference of the speakers of the European Union parliaments. This conference follows upon the parliamentary dimension of the Czech presidency to the European Union. In this context, I am very proud to say that we were successful in keeping a strong and unified EU position vis-à-vis the current security, economic and geopolitical challenges. Many of the files that were high on the agenda during our presidency will stay in our focus for quite a long time. Your meeting happens in times of the large-scale war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine and sharpened geopolitical tensions. In such a moment, we need to demonstrate a tireless unity, support for the victims of illegal barbaric invasion and the international law. We need to acknowledge the revisionism of countries dreaming about spheres of influence, nostalgic for the status of empires. The EU and European democracies should be united. Yesterday's FAC in Luxembourg demonstrated such unity among foreign ministers, and I'm pleased that you, as elected representatives of our of your parliaments, will send the same signal. Our priority continues to be providing the Ukrainians with every possible support we can give them. At the same time, we need to engage with the third countries more. Some of them are resistant because of their concerns about possible Russian reaction. Some see short-term benefits for them, from arms to financial support. Others are not interested in a faraway war. This war, however, is touching us all. It is an attack against the rules-based international order. We need to offer better partnership to the third countries and explain the colonial character of the aggression. We face Russian propaganda, threats, and narratives that are returning Russian information space into dark moment of communist totalitarianism. The search for the external and internal enemy is flooding Russian medias on the daily basis. One way how to address Russian propaganda is to explain and promote common values such as democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and to support civil society and independent media in our own countries and abroad. The EU needs to lead by showing good examples to be followed. We all know that democracy is not the only and available political system. Through solidarity and education, we need to treat polarization and strengthen our inclusive and democratically sound societies. In parallel, the EU and its member states need to look for ways to deepen their partnership with other democracies and cooperate more intensively with other European as well as non-European democratic countries. Democracy proved to be a very resilient system, and we must increase this resilience. We must reduce as much as possible dependency of the EU member states on totalitarian or authoritarian regimes as regards the supply of strategic raw materials, products, or technologies. To aim that, we need to work together at home and on the EU level. We have to reinforce our defense, security, and support our economies to be technologically advanced, resilient, and competitive. This needs to be on our minds when negotiating any new piece of European legislation. It needs to help not to create more burden. When we reflect on EU strategies, acts, and approaches, we should stick to our strengths and build further on them. An open, ambitious, and sustainable trade policy with a broad network of free trade agreements is key here. We also have to build on the sound single market. This is not only about following the rules, but also about removing the still existing barriers and being well connected. Therefore, sufficiently robust as well as secure energy transport and digital infrastructure need to be put in place to help our economies grow again. another vital issue is to ensure the diversification of supply chains in order to secure critical raw materials and strategic products. That will help us to strengthen the strategic autonomy of the European Union. In other words, to limit our dependency on partners whose agenda is not compatible with the rules-based international order. To conclude, there are many challenges in front of us, but also opportunities. You, as elected representatives, have a key contribution to our unity and efficient response to serious challenges of our time. Together, we live in time when an important page of history is being written, and we have to bear our responsibility. I wish you the successful second day of the conference with fruitful and inspiring debates. Thank you for your attention.
Vážený pane ministře, děkuji.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much for your address, and should your work schedule allow, we'd be more than happy if you stay with us for the coming minutes and hours. Now let me move to keynote speakers. First and foremost, allow me to hand the floor over to the President of the European Parliament, Mrs. Roberta Metsola. Roberta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marketa, dear Milos, dear speakers, dear presidents. Yesterday we marked 14 months of war in Europe. And how symbolic, how moving that we are not only in Václav Havel city, but in the very room over here where the first Ukrainians were greeted in Czechia. The city and the room that gave hope to so many who thought hope was hopeless. And to me, that puts an even greater responsibility on our shoulders. European citizens have welcomed and continue to welcome millions of Ukrainians into their homes and their hearts. Dear Ruslan, it is an honor to have you with us representing the Verkhovna Rada and the brave people of Ukraine. Thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up and defying the odds. When I first came to Kiev, I thought I would go to the Rada to help give hope. Instead, it was Ruslan and his heroic colleagues who gave that hope to me. Dear colleagues and friends, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine continues to test our resilience. It has directly affected our economies, giving rise to an unprecedented energy crisis, increased inflation, and a higher cost of living. It is a test that I know we will pass. It is a moment that we must continue to meet head on. From solidarity with Ukraine to solidarity between member states, the European Union response has been remarkable. We are united, more coordinated, and our determination to safeguard the principles and values that underpin our way of life remains unwavering. There is a line in the sand that we have inherited. A line that is forever Europe. That is our line. And our determination to ensure that it is not erased by imperialist aggression will mark the Europe we want to leave behind. For so long, so many of us took our way of life for granted, that we were almost surprised when we saw that there are still those who call it into question. Many of you had tried to warn the world. We should not have been surprised. The European Union has been a success story because underpinning our model is a strong foundation of democratic values. But we cannot be afraid to reform to change. We need to reevaluate the way that we interact with the rest of the world, rebalancing our political and economic relations with key and strategic partners. We must quickly learn the lessons from our former energy dependence on Russia and avoid making the same mistake again, making our supply chains more resilient by diversifying our resources and reducing dependencies. This is crucial in a changing geopolitical context. Relations must be based on transparency, on reciprocity and predictability. That is the surest way for us to truly become more resilient as a union. That is the strategic autonomy that we need. Our actions must be consistent with our rhetoric. And my point here is that we need to be more active, more assertive, and more engaged in the global cooperation of democracies and the defense of multilateralism. And here, we must be confident in our strengths and our capabilities. We have shown that we are effective when we are united in taking decisions. The European Union is leading not just Europe's, but the world's green and digital transition. But it is also true that we have to explain it better, that we have to listen harder. We need to make sure that these changes are cushioned, that our economy and our environment are seen as two sides of the same coin. That is how we return to growth, to real, sustainable growth. We need to invest in our industrial base and manufacturing capacities. That is as much about prosperity as it is about security. Bolstering the resilience of our supply chains through diversification also means implementing an ambitious trade policy. We do not need to fence ourselves in or enter into protectionist races. Our economy has grown over the years precisely because we stood for the opposite, broadening our network of trade agreements with partners by concluding and ratifying the ones we have in the pipeline. This is an important pillar in this regard. Only if we are united will we be able to face new and more complex, inevitably, political and security challenges. We are no longer in a situation where wars are simply fought between soldiers on the battlefield. Through the arsenal of information warfare, cyber attacks, and disinformation campaigns, wars are now also fought in the digital sphere. The Russian war on Ukraine is no exception to this. And these challenges pose an existential threat to our democracies. They erode trust in institutions and in the media by interfering, disrupting, censoring, or even manipulating people's perceptions of the truth. By hampering the ability of citizens to make informed decisions, they directly aim to weaken our EU institutions and member states. And here, I know that some member states are more exposed than others. So let me assure you that the European Parliament takes this threat very seriously. By having a thorough and prompt understanding of the threat, we can take effective action that denies information warfare from achieving its intended result. That is why the European Union has made concrete steps in bolstering our cybersecurity. And let me emphasize that no institution, no one country will be immune to this threat. The European Union must continue to show leadership. With the proposed Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, we are already setting standards that can serve as a blueprint for our like-minded partners across the globe, just as we have done for the Fit for 55 package. We need to work closer, stronger, and further together to detect, analyze, and disrupt attempts of interference in our democratic processes. And this is why the European Parliament has been constructive through its Special Committee on Foreign Interference, adopting resolutions, raising awareness, and playing an active role as co-legislator. We have a responsibility, not just towards ourselves and our children, but also those who look to the European Union as a beacon of hope to protect and nurture our values. Now, more than ever, must all our energy, strength, and resources be directed towards policies that ensure that democracy prevails. It is a formidable undertaking, but a necessary one, and one that need not be done alone. Thank you.
Vážená paní předsedkyně, děkuji.
Madam President, thank you very much for your words. And now I would like to give the floor to Tomáš Grodzki, Marshal of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. Dear colleague, the floor is yours.
Dear Madam Speaker, dear Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this session is focused on the role of the EU in global cooperation of democracies and dependence in totalitarian regimes, about disinformation, security of supply chains, strategic autonomy, information warfare, etc. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has highlighted the challenges of the European faces. These challenges have been growing for some time. We have to admit that perhaps the majority of Europeans did not even notice them, believing in positive international developments. There was a reason to believe this, particularly in 2004, after the biggest enlargement in the Union history, which proved to be a great success for both old and new member states. I would like to stress here that in every possible dimension, it was also a great success for Poland. Unfortunately, the end of history announced by Fukuyama was just an illusion and symptom of naivety. Not everyone in the world wants democracy, and some countries perceive the EU and its values as an enemy and actively seek to damage the Union. As it turns out, the enemies of democracy use our European values against us, in particular, freedom of expression. In the information space of the Union and the candidate countries, they spread distortions, half-truth, and often just plain lies, misinforming the public not only in their own countries. We are exposed to a constant onslaught of fake news. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian open aggression against Ukraine generated problems that the world had not seen in decades, which proved to be a serious stress test for European societies. Hostile propaganda aims to undermine faith in democracy and the European community and to interfere in electoral processes in various countries. This requires our firm response, both at the EU and national levels. At the EU level, within the European External Action Service, there is a unit dedicated to combating disinformation, EU versus disinfo. However, action is also required at the level of individual member states. We need to increase the resilience of our societies against disinformation coming from opponents of democracy, who are not always located outside the Union. Supporting independent and professional journalism is of utmost importance. The public needs journalists to help them understand complex processes and deal with rapidly changing social, economic, and geopolitical developments. Moreover, we need to defend the media against external and internal pressures, for there can be no true democracy without an impartial media monitoring those in power and presenting up-to-date, truthful information objectively and reliably. Without impartial media, democracy becomes flawed and slowly dies. No country in the European Union should be a flawed democracy and follow the path of Belarus, where journalists are imprisoned. One of them is Andrzej Poczobut, a journalist of the Polish minority in Belarus, who had been repeatedly harassed by the Lukashenko regime. Unfortunately, at the beginning of February this year, he was sentenced to 8 years in a maximum security prison by a regime court based on absurd charges. His only fault was that he wrote the truth. I would like to appeal for the support of the European Union Parliament for the release of Andrzej Poczobut and all other independent journalists imprisoned in Belarus. However, threats to freedom of expression also come from unexpected directions, as not long ago. Russian oligarchs tried to harass British journalists with lawsuits, creating a so-called chilling effect among them. Such attempts to gag media and social activists, called strategic lawsuits against public participation, SLAPP, show us that defending the media is very much needed. An anti-SLAPP directive is being worked on, but once adopted, it needs to be quickly and effectively implemented into national legislation by the national parliaments of all member states. In my opinion, in the fight against hostile propaganda, it is crucial to educate the public, namely our current and future voters, as such education should be initiated immediately among the youth. Promoting fact-checking, for example, makes the public more resilient to fake news spread often by online paid trolls or anonymous bots. This is particularly important when it comes to young people who spend a lot of time in the virtual world, are very receptive, and are just learning to distinguish between lies and truth. A special responsibility in this regard lies with us, with politicians, who should conduct political discourse based on substantive arguments instead of resorting to propaganda, thus setting an example and not misleading their voters. Ladies and gentlemen, negative changes taking place in the EU neighborhood force us to take a different look at the Union's economic and trade policies, which need to be thoroughly rethought in terms of gaining independence from the supply of raw materials from authoritarian regimes. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has shown us the ramifications of abandoning the values in trade relations in the name of profits. It turned out that while importing gas and oil from Russia, many EU member states for decades financed preparation for brutal, genocidal war aimed at wiping Ukraine off the map of Europe and annihilating Ukrainian national identity. We cannot allow for such attempt ever, never. A year after the attack on Ukraine, Europe has been consistently moving away from importing raw materials from Russia. Fortunately, the share of Russian oil in the EU imports has fallen from 31% before the war to 4% in December 2022. Unfortunately, there are still countries and private companies among us who see the advantages of trade with Russia. Now, the EU sanctions against Russia have been introduced. We must make every effort to make them effective and to prosecute attempts to circumvent them. Europe must not submit to blackmail by totalitarian regimes. However, replacing some suppliers with others is not simple on a global scale. This is of particular importance when it comes to rare raw materials used in modern technologies, most of which we import from the Far East. Indeed, the EU supplies only about 1% of the rare raw materials for wind energy production, lithium batteries, fuel cells, and silicon photovoltaic units. The availability of these rare materials is crucial to the achievement of the goals of the Paris Agreement and the implementation of the Green Deal. The Union needs a secure supply of critical raw materials, but must reduce its dependence on imports from countries that do not share European values or are simply hostile to us. Indeed, a certain solution in this regard is to move toward a circular economy, promoting the recycling of raw materials and raising public awareness. This is a vision set forth by the European Commission in its recently published draft regulation, the Critical Raw Material Act, which is definitely a step in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, while facing challenges, the European Union should cooperate with like-minded partners, especially with democratic countries around the world. As a global democratic community, we need to support each other, as trends weakening democracy are evident globally, and authoritarian tendencies can be observed in an increasing number of countries, even in those with an established democratic tradition. The Union faces a crucial choice, and in the face of geopolitical tensions and conflicts, it must strengthen its strategic autonomy to become a stronger player on the international stage. Only in this way, together with other democratic states, can it defend its interests. In this context, it should be emphasized that the very notion of EU strategic autonomy put forward in 2016 cannot refer only to the sphere of security and defense, because today we already know that this didn't stand the test of time. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has highlighted the role of NATO, which unquestionably remains the foundation of common defense. Once again, the war has demonstrated the central role of the North Atlantic Alliance, which is gaining new members, Finland and hopefully soon Sweden. Therefore, the Union should focus on strengthening the European pillar of NATO, which is the basic structure protecting us from the threat of authoritarian states, that is, nowadays, primarily from Russia's plans. I am fully convinced that the solidarity of the democratic and free world is not only a value in itself, but also a pillar that will contribute to improving our security and enhancing international influence. Thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Děkujeme velice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And to conclude this block, we have Wolfgang Sobotka, President of the National Council of Austria, and I can see him approaching the rostrum. So without any further ado, I'd like to leave the floor to him.
Sehr geehrte Frau
Speaker, President, colleagues, let's not forget what brings us together today, regardless of all national and political differences. I'm talking about parliamentary democracy here. Parliamentary democracy as a form of societal organization and government. In this form of governments, the power lies with the people. Its core principles are rule of law, representation, and participation. The functioning of this order is based on balancing our interests and on compromise. And that is why democracy is a humanist imperative and the response to the rule of the strongest and to arbitrariness. And one thing is clear. In a functioning democracy, there are free and fair elections, checks and balances, an independent judiciary, and freedom of opinion and the press. This kind of democracy guarantees respect for human rights and a maximum in justice, prosperity, and stability. Since the horrors of World War II at the latest, the foundations of representation and rule of law have been established as the core principles in the relations between states too. On the foundation of international law and under the roof of the UN, they are the basis of a rule-based international order. And in this too, they act as the necessary response to the law of the strongest. The cynical and brutal cultural breach that Vladimir Putin committed together with his Siloviki on February the 24th of last year moves clearly beyond unforgivable murder and brutal destruction. It means much more. The Russian attack on Ukraine is also a fundamental attack on the core values of a rule-based global order. An order that believes in compromise and balance and not in arbitrariness and the law of the strongest. Putin's war has brought suffering, pain, desperation, hatred, and death over Ukraine. However, the consequences of his crime go far beyond Ukraine. If we don't set limits to Putin, it will be authoritarian and totalitarian regimes all around the globe which will get the message first and act accordingly. What will prevent the North Korean regime from striking against their neighbors? What limits will Islamist hardliners in Iran accept? Discussing the effects of totalitarian states on our democracies today and discussing the strategies that we can develop to counter totalitarianism, our first and fundamental insight has to be we have to stand by our values, we have to live them, and we have to defend them. And we have to do this in unison. Even if it is uncomfortable, we have to make clear to totalitarian states, those who don't abide by the rule will pay a high price, politically, economically, and also personally. Because yes, Putin has opened up Pandora's box, and this will be the lasting legacy of a historic crime. Europe can and has to counter this. Putin must not remain the strongest. We have to stand united. From the UN, the International Atomic Energy Agency, to the World Bank, the WTO, to the OSCE. Europe has to speak with one voice, and Europe has to make its contribution in order to strengthen these organizations and their rules. In order to act with credibility on the international stage, we have to act on the basis of the strength of self-confident democracies. And the strength and the self-confidence of our democracies are based on the ability to negotiate and implement compromises and to find solutions when it comes to the challenges we are confronted with. However, we are seeing a problem here. With the COVID-19 crisis at the latest, it has become apparent that the public democratic discourse in our societies is increasingly receding. The public space seems heated, aggressive, polarized, and the discourses actually often seem dysfunctional. As a result, we are losing the ability to find common ground and the ability to negotiate our future effectively. Social media and platforms play a key role in this, and we have to observe them with a critical eye. The engines, the algorithms analyze user behavior. They identify preferences and dislikes. They create user profiles and provide personalized content in order to create the greatest possible attention and the highest possible interaction. We know from our experience that the following is true. Emotions that run high, fear, rejection, and explosive debates have proven to be excellent tools. And the potential of AI exacerbates this problem. However, the effects of this are real and dramatic. They pose a threat to democracy. Conspiracy theories, fake news, and the vilification of minorities are part of this everyday dirty business. Interference in elections and permanent cyber attacks on our democratic institutions are on the rise. That is why we need a committed and effective strategy of digital self-defense in order to counter these manipulative and intransparent platforms and campaigns. And yes, let me say as much as that. We are seeing a pandemic in misinformation and manipulation. At the same time, we don't have an effective vaccine against that. And isn't it ironic? Vaccines only make it onto the market after comprehensive approval procedures. But it have been unregulated algorithms that have fueled the conspiracy theories against these very vaccines. And that is why I think that there are two approaches when it comes to finding a vaccine against the poison of misinformation and manipulation: regulation and education. In both cases, parliaments play a key role. Let me talk about regulation. I believe that we need comprehensive, decisive measures which will ultimately have to lead to a registration and approval procedure for algorithms, AI, and social media platforms. We, as the democratically legitimized representatives of the people, have to be able to regulate and, if necessary, block market access for these platforms. Medicines are approved via EMA. Food is only be made available in line with European regulations, and vehicles need to be approved before they can be sold in the EU. I believe that there is no reason why these standards should not apply for algorithms, AI, and social media platforms. When it comes to regulation and certification, we have already made steps. I'm thinking of the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. They are important tools when it comes to the regulation of great online platforms and the tools of AI. But they have to be implemented swiftly. Studies have shown that the state of AI will, so to say, double every 3 months. And that means that the EU has to accelerate its action. Right now, we are too slow, too inefficient. Since China made its position on AI clear at the latest, and since ChatGPT has been a success in Europe, one thing is clear. We urgently need transparency when it comes to algorithms and the use databases. We need an international legal framework for platforms and clouds. We need a reliable and quality-oriented kind of certification, and it has to be possible to hold companies legally accountable. However, regulations are not everything. We have to provide our societies with orientation, and we have to provide them with the abilities that are necessary to assume responsibility. To this, we need education, education, and again education, as has been mentioned before. We have to focus on democracy support in line with digital education. The digital skills of coming generations will be key when it comes to whether we will be able to use the technological possibilities for or against democracy. Digitalization opens up opportunities of democratic participation that we have to tap into. However, we must not forget about the risks and threats. The following is key here: a mature society that identifies such negative consequences, that knows how to deal with them and how to counter them. And we also need education in order to counter the anti-democratic poison of anti-Semitism. Almost 80 years after the end of World War II, anti-Semitism is on the rise again all around the globe, also in Europe, also in Austria. I would never have thought it possible in the year of 2022 that paintings are exhibited at the Documenta exhibition in Kassel in Germany under the pretext of artistic freedom. Paintings that look as if they were taken right out of the Nazi magazine Der Stürmer, the Striker. This is all the more concerning as academic analysis has shown that anti-Semitism is deeply anti-democratic. That is why our parliaments have to remain committed to resolutely fighting anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is not a marginal phenomenon. Anti-Semitism can be found right at the center of our society. We have been observing this at the far right for decades. At the far left, anti-Semitism disguises as justified criticism of the state of Israel and stands for anti-Israelism and anti-Zionism. And third, anti-Semitism can be found among people from a migrant background whose countries of origin are based on anti-Israelism as a principle. Let me talk about Austria. On my initiative, our parliament has conducted surveys concerning anti-Semitic sentiments in our society since 2018. Last week, I presented the results for 2022, and these results are alarming. Around 10% of Austrians show clear anti-Semitic sentiments, and around 1/3 of those interviewed display a kind of dormant anti-Semitism. The results of the survey have shown the level of education, the belief in conspiracy theories, knowledge of the Holocaust and of Jews, and a person's migration history have significant effects on the anti-Semitic sentiments of those interviewed. Colleagues, we need courage, cooperation, and education in order to counter these threats posed to our democracy and in order to use the possibilities of the digital age positively. We need courage, cooperation, and education so that conspiracy theories do not take over reality. We need courage, cooperation, and education in order to protect democracy against the digital attacks by autocratic structures. We need courage, cooperation, and education as the EU and as the European community of states in order to take a stance against Putin's war of aggression and in order to support Ukraine in defending itself in the best possible way. Europe's parliaments, Europe's democracies will not give in to the law of the strongest, and we will never agree with shrill and malicious voices. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Je určitě nutné.
Thank you very much. We should say that all three speeches we heard from our keynote speakers were greatly inspiring, and thank you very much for that. Now, I would like to open the first part of our debate that will continue until 11 o'clock. At 11, we will take a coffee break, and you can ask for the floor by pressing the silver button on the device in front of you. If you want to remove your asking for the floor, you can contact our technician here, Mr. Milan. He's the right person to help you with the technical matters. Now, I just want to say goodbye to Minister Lipovsky. Thank you. Thank you indeed, dear Minister, for your time and for your speech. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will start with our debate. And the first person who has asked for the floor is Belichel Baterlamagna, Speaker of the Spanish Chamber of Deputies. And let me just inform you that the speaking time is limited to 3 minutes, as was the case yesterday. So, Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Dobrý den. Muchas gracias, Presidenta Pekarová.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker Pekarova-Adamová. Thank you, President Metsola. Many thanks to other speakers. I believe that the global challenge for democratic institutions are constant attacks on democratic institutions, which we've seen in the recent times. For example, the attack on the Capitol in the US or attacks we've seen in Brazil. This gives rise to great concerns, and this also increases disinformation and fake news that adversely influences democratic procedures. EU parliaments have to keep this in mind and have to take a strong position against such threats. We represent parliamentary democracies here. We shouldn't forget that, and we have to understand that the real cultural war is going on that tries to undermine the current world order. As President Sobotka said in his excellent speech, we are not sufficiently prepared for that. Now, one of the priorities of the Spanish presidency will be putting greater emphasis on such debates, on defending parliaments. We also plan to celebrate the International Day of Parliamentarism on the 30th of June by organizing the high-level conference for EU parliaments that should be attended by representatives of EU parliaments and also countries who have strong relations with EU. This conference will be entitled Reinforcing Democratic Order and the Role of the Parliament. This will be organized in the city of León, and this conference will be presided by the Spanish King. Now, the fact that the Spanish King is hosting this event only shows of such great importance this event is to us. We would like to discuss the most relevant topics such as democracy, defending our values, defending our democratic institutions. In León, we intend to adopt the declaration that will also look at the upcoming years. And we consider this to be very important. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Also I would like to thank you for keeping the time limit. Now, the second person who asked for the floor is the President of the Lithuanian Parliament, the Speaker Victoria Čmilytė-Nielsen. So the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, I've read with great interest the background document on the role of the EU, and let me share a few insights, starting with Fukuyama's end of history hypothesis mentioned in the document. In fact, people in Lithuania, and I believe in many regions, in many countries in our region, have never shared a sense of the final and irreversible victory of liberal democracy. Today, the war launched against Ukraine reminds us of this in the most painful way. There are many reasons for this anxiety, among them our not always successful experience trying to make integration into the EU comprehensive and irreversible. Therefore, in case of Ukraine, we as the EU should also take our share of blame for failing in time to curb the authoritarian tendencies in Russia that led to this invasion. And in doing that, we should learn so that we don't make the same mistakes again in the future. The EU's contribution to the democracy promotion must be our strategic task, supported by concrete action. Ukraine's future has become a litmus test of how far the EU is prepared to go for democracy. If we are not able to defend democracy against aggression here in Europe, how and what credibility will we have in the eyes of people in other continents when it comes to promotion of democracy? One of the strongest geopolitical tools we have in our possession is enlargement. Enlargement, above all, is about protection of our values and strengthening of our collective security. If we really want to be strategic, we must achieve this by not declaring a quest for autonomy, but by acting strategically here and now. It is essential to make the EU more capable to act externally, react to conventional and hybrid, as well as newly emerging threats. For that, the EU needs to have adequate capabilities, a clear political will to act, and strong partnerships with like-minded partners, primarily in the NATO. Today, autonomy should not mean autonomy from our like-minded partners, but from the authoritarian regimes. The war has opened the eyes of Europeans to the price of the mistakes made because of wishful thinking about benefits of the economic interdependencies with aggressive authoritarian regimes. In reorienting our energy sector, it is essential that we do not jump from bear to dragon. Our transition from dependency on Russia and from fossil fuel to green energy must be built on secure foundations without further geopolitical risks. One final point on information war. As we move away from Russian gas and oil, we in Europe should also move away from dependence on the Kremlin's narrative of the 20th century history, including the causes and consequences of the Second World War. Today, this narrative, packed with baseless accusation, cynical and shameless labeling, is used by the Kremlin to justify its aggression against neighboring countries. It is therefore important that the evaluation of the crimes of the totalitarian communist regime becomes an integral part of the political agenda of the Western world as part of the fight against disinformation. Thank you.
Také děkuji za váš příspěvek.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Madam Speaker. Now, allow me to hand over the floor to Søren Gedde from the Danish Parliament, and then the Speaker of the National Council of Slovenia. So, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you to our Czech hosts for a wonderful evening last night, and also thanks to the three keynote speakers for their intervention. Please allow me to go straight to the point of my brief intervention. We are doing right when we are working to reduce dependency on totalitarian regimes when it comes to energy, rare earth minerals, and other commodities with strategic importance. But does this mean more protection or isolation? No. The answer is, in one word, diversification. We must reduce unwanted dependency on certain states by strategically spreading our investments and trade agreements. The EU member states and the European Union as a whole have over the years benefited tremendously of free trade between member states and with our international partners. We shall keep pushing for more free trade agreements on fair terms, not the opposite. But of course, we should not be naive. It is not sustainable when the European Union is almost 100% dependent on one country when it comes to rare earth minerals. We are doing right when we are reaching out to partners in South America, in Africa and Asia, including not least India. Earlier this year, the European Union and India strengthened their relationship as strategic partners by setting up a new Trade and Technology Council. This is a very positive strategic move from the European Union. At the same time, we have to keep improving our economic relationship to our American friends and allies and find solutions to present challenges. I'm confident that the work in the new EU-US Trade Technology Council will take our cooperation an important step further. So finally, we cannot and should not strive for being isolated from the rest of the world. On the contrary, we must face the world as it is, make smart strategic choices, diversify our dependencies, and look for new partners around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And now, the Speaker of the Slovenian National Assembly, Mr. Lotric, and then the other contribution.
Madam Speaker, President Mazzola, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Today, our democratic values are facing numerous challenges and multiple fronts, and we need to recognize the EU's vital role in facilitating and advocating for global democratic cooperation. However, the EU's dependence on totalitarian regime poses a strategic problem and the threat of our national security and economic prosperity, and undermines our commitment to democratic values. We must cooperate and coordinate our efforts to reduce our dependence on the regime and strengthening our strategic autonomy. Firstly, we must ensure that our supply chains are secure. We can do this by increasing our investment in European production capabilities and strengthening our procurement policy to prioritize EU-based companies. We also need to secure access to raw materials and advanced technologies to facilitate the industrial production, as well as sufficient and affordable energy supply to run them. Energy industrial generates more than 23% of Slovenia's GDP, and we must make sure to utilize existing industrial capacity in Slovenia and other EU member states. Secondly, we need to take proactive steps to address disinformation, strengthen our cybersecurity cooperation, and develop more effective communication strategies to counter propaganda, not only within the EU, but worldwide. Finally, we need to promote democracy and human rights across the world by supporting civil society organizations and increasing our development assistance to countries that are committed to those values. We can achieve this by deepening existing partnership with neighbors countries, such as Eastern Partnership countries and the Western Balkans, while looking inward and making use of the many advanced EU member states have. In this way, we can achieve strategic autonomy while promoting peace and stability, democracy, and our shared values in the region. As democracies, our strengths lie in our ability to work together. The EU must take all necessary measures to achieve its strategic autonomy while supporting EU business and promoting our shared values, and we must work with the partners to ensure that they are supported. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to leave the floor to the President of the Parliament of Montenegro, Daniela Durovic, and then the Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly. So, Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, dear fellow colleague speakers. Unfortunately, due to shortage of time, I didn't have opportunity to address you yesterday, so I will try to be short, but address both topics from yesterday and from today. The events in Ukraine perturbated all the countries and citizens of Europe and the world on a political, economical, humanitarian, and common human level. They revealed the vulnerability of global democracy and changed our perception of security, peace, and stability, and dealt an additional blow to the global economy, which is still recovering from the pandemic crisis. At the same time, we are witnessing the extraordinary solidarity and cohesion of Europe in efforts to restore peace and stability and master the potential for post-war recovery of Ukraine. This is our priority and what all of us are hoping for. In the light of responsibility and capabilities of us all, like-minded friends, countries, we must do all possible to stop bloodshed in Ukraine, to protect women and children of Ukraine, and help rebuild Ukraine. Almost a year ago, Montenegro Parliament adopted unanimously declaration of condemnation of Russian aggression on Ukraine. Also, beside humanitarian, material, and all other support to Ukraine, Montenegro, as credible EU and NATO partner, has promoted open door policy, and at this point, almost 7% of our population are actually refugees from Ukraine. Think about it, 7%. I think it's the largest number in whole Europe. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentary democracy and solidarity of us all are preconditions, but also strong foundation for independent, strong, peaceful, resilient, and economically powerful Europe. This stands for EU member states, but also for the candidate states. As soon as we all become full-fledged members of the EU family, the Europe would be safer and more prosperous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And now István Jakab, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Hungary. And he will be followed by the representative of the Parliament of Cyprus. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the floor is yours.
Dear conference, thank you for the floor. As we are all aware, despite of the predictions of political scientists, history is not over today. Moreover, we must ourselves ask the question what kind of European Union we want to have in today's changing world. A sovereign European Union, independent of other centers of power and control, free of outside influence and free to decide over its own fate, upholding the European values enshrined in the current treaty. It is not the European Commission, not the European Parliament that needs strategic autonomy or competitiveness, but the nation states that make up the European Union distinguished conference. For the European Union is not a state structure organized on a federal basis, and for historical reasons it can never become one. Instead, it is a standalone, a unique organization of cooperation between nation states. The issue of the strategic autonomy of the European Union, President Macron's initiative, raises for us a question that finally requires strategic thinking and that the European political elites have a duty to address. Honorable Conference, the secure flow of energy resources Europe needs is a matter of sovereignty, economy, and national security, and not a matter of ideology. Distinguished conference, due to the geopolitical position of Central Europe, we expect more understanding and more respect from everybody. As it is well known, in the medium term, there is no realistic alternative for Hungary, among other European states, that would allow the immediate discontinuation of Russian gas imports or the abandonment of nuclear energy. Hungary, however, has already taken substantive steps to diversify in the last 10 years. We have built gas interconnectors. The question is not therefore whether there are adequate gas pipelines, but from where and at what price there will be gas in these pipelines. Differentiating between sources of supply on political or ideological grounds is not expedient. We do, however, consider it important that no ideology should be the sole measure of value, because that only characterized dictatorships such as communism and Nazism. The so-called mainstream media seeking such exclusivity and the pseudo-civilian organizations are destroying our main European value. And this is especially true for the protection of the rights of our children. This is the point where our backs hit the wall. Legalization of drugs, the sexualization of our children is unacceptable, whether it is through any kind of sneaky, even violent drug lobby or through LGBTQ propaganda. The Hungarian people will never compromise with anyone on this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Děkuji vám za vystoupení.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Anita Demetriou, President of the House of Representatives of Cyprus, followed by the Speaker of the Parliament of Slovakia.
Dear colleagues, since the beginning of the war in Ukraine 14 months ago, the words autonomy, misinformation, security, energy, democracy have dominated political dialogue in the European Union, carrying new meanings and dimensions that were previously unimaginable. The issue of energy security has always been paramount, but after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, energy security emerged as additional strong motivation to enhance European strategic autonomy in this respect and accelerate renewable energy deployment. In this new reality that we will have to navigate, I would like to reiterate that the Eastern Mediterranean region has an important role to play in addressing the current energy crisis by providing a reliable alternative energy corridor to Europe through natural gas transport. Cyprus, of course, can make a substantial contribution in securing alternative energy supplies for the European Union with specific projects and quantities. As the European Union has managed to shed the dependence on Russian energy imports, we are at the same time engaging the dependable and credible energy partners to diversify our energy supply. And it's precisely with this objective we mind that Cyprus, along with Greece, are deepening our energy cooperation in the energy sector with countries of the region such as Israel and Egypt, and soon enough energy will be transferred to continental Europe. And when we are talking for security, we need to talk for autonomy as well. In our mind, it's imperative to look for ways to materialize the ambition for the European Union to become an even stronger security provider. Having said that, from the beginning of this debate, Cyprus has been in favor of strengthening the European Union's defense industry, for instance, in the same way that other actors on the international stage make their choices. We too should be strong and united for other partners to make our own choices. So we do share the vision of France, for example, and other partners for a strong and strategically autonomous Europe. And this brings us inevitably to the question of democracy. Democracy is a fundamental value for the European Union, and yes, we must take a leading role to confront misinformation, propaganda, and all fake news, distortion of facts, suppression of opinions, and hate speech. Because in the end of the day, I will agree with what Roberta Metsola said, that we need to show leadership, and we do have an extra responsibility. Thank you so much.
Vám také velice děkuji, paní.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 11 o'clock, and we have been asked by the Deputy Speaker of the Portuguese House of Parliament. So, what I would like to do now, I would like to now give the floor to the Speaker of the Slovak National Council, and then I will give the floor to our colleague from Portugal, because she has to leave earlier. So then we will have, but now Mr. Kolar of Slovakia. Thank you very much, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Our strategic objective is to reinforce the role of the EU in the global world. Global challenges and global threats that we have to face certainly require international cooperation. We are not able to tackle these challenges on our own. We see the need to strategically remove our dependencies to boost resilience of the European economy and to promote our autonomy in all strategic areas. At the same time, we have to keep the European economy open. Critical raw materials are absolutely vital to develop important technologies for strategic areas such as neutral industry, defense, or space technology. The European Union does not have sufficient stock of critical raw materials. We are dependent on importing these materials from a small amount of third countries, which poses increased risks on the side of supplies. So it is in our joint interest to boost the production. However, at the same time, we also have to diversify our supply chains for European enterprises to avoid any possible critical dependencies. It is key to build mutually beneficial partnerships also through the Global Gateway Initiative. Hybrid activities of war disinformation campaigns have a negative impact on safety and stability of EU countries. Russia tries to undermine European unity based on common values. Russian funding invested in the spread of misinformation is much higher than our investment in the fight against disinformation. Since 2014, Russia created all kinds of entities in Slovakia that lead this war, for instance, in the media and elsewhere. So we thereby agree with the conclusions of the initial report conducted on this topic in February this year. Social media deteriorate the situation in the field of disinformation. So Slovakia supports the fight against disinformation. However, social media does not make enough to remove harmful content. The social media platforms allow for further spread of disinformation. Therefore, we have to do more and we have to work more with digital platforms. It is absolutely vital that digital platforms comply with all the commitments stipulated in EU legislation, and that they do more and that they are more flexible in removing harmful content and that they have sufficient funding for that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for your speech. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Edith Estrela, Vice President of the Assembly of the Republic of Portugal. And then I will also give an opportunity to our colleague from Slovenia. Okay, so now Mrs. Edith Estrela.
Dear colleagues, globalization has fostered a new age of economic prosperity and technological development that brought millions out of poverty. However, the idea that complex interdependencies between nations would eventually weaken and isolate authoritarian governments have long been proven incorrect. Authoritarian governments have demonstrated over time that they can thrive in a globalized world, exploiting supply chain dependencies to inflict economic difficulties and utilizing information warfare and disinformation to erode public trust in democratic institutions. It is within this context that the Union's continued dependence on governments that do not share our principles and values not only threatens our collective security, but undermines our ability to advance our shared democratic ideals in the global stage and weakens our credibility. Curbing this dependency will allow the EU to be a stronger and more effective player globally able to influence international norms and institutions in ways that reflect our common values and interests. However, in an era where historical dichotomies like North-South antagonisms and outdated Cold War notions of spheres of influence are seemingly transcended by initiatives like the 2030 Agenda and other multilateral advances, we are again witnessing an increase in worldwide polarization. It is therefore critical to reject an Eurocentric protectionism inward notion and reaffirm the universality of human rights and international law as the cornerstones of global governance, peace, and cooperation between nations. Is this therefore critical that the European Union avoids an isolationism tendencies and continues to foster new partnership and consolidating old ones by building stronger relationship with regions such as Latin America and Africa. It's worth nothing that energy security, food security, and international norms are merely European concerns, but global priorities that demand collective attention and action. Allow me to conclude by saying, long life the 25th of April, anniversary of the Carnation Revolution in Portugal, which freed us from the dictatorship. Thank you very much.
Taktéž děkujeme. Nyní tedy předávám.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to hand over the floor to the President of the National Assembly of Slovenia, Mrs. Urška Klokočar-Zupančič. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me first say that Slovenia is fully aware that disinformation is a challenging national security issue. Disinformation campaigns pollute the information environment and interfere with legitimate political debate, amplify divisions among different groups within society, exacerbate public health problems, and undermine public faith in democratic electoral process. One of the main issues is that there is no comprehensive understanding and international sharing of practices on how to successfully address the challenge of disinformation yet. I will be very short, my dear colleagues. I would like to emphasize that it is of utmost importance that we, the European parliamentary leaders, provide the basis for true and transparent information regarding absolute all aspects of our citizens' lives, be it about their daily life or the reasons that have led to the war in Ukraine. It is also very important that we listen carefully, that we respect different opinions, but create clear boundaries for hate speech against any vulnerable group and authoritarian tendencies. A true democracy is also true to itself. It is not afraid to look at itself in the mirror, admit mistakes, and always push for a better world where freedom, peace, solidarity, and security are the main values. And these, my dear colleagues, are the values of the European Union. We have to cherish and protect them. Thank you.
Také vám děkuji.
Thank you, Madam President. And now I'd like to take this opportunity to thank to all of you for this first part of our debate. We shall interrupt for 30 minutes and we will reconvene at 11:30 here following the coffee break. The coffee break is served at the same place as yesterday. Following the end of the break, we will continue in the debates and we will have Karin Brouwers first registered to speak after the coffee break. So I kindly ask you to be sharp. The almost afternoon part of our agenda, which shall first continue with the debate we started in the morning. And as I have already told you, we should go on with the debate until 1 o'clock, when Senate President Vystrčil will take over the presidency of the part of the conference, and we shall also adopt the conclusions of the presidency. Without any further ado, let me actually hand over the floor to the Vice Chair of the Federal Advisory Committee on the European Affairs of the Senate of Belgium, Karin Brouwers, and then she will be followed by the Speaker of the Parliament of North Macedonia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and privilege to represent the Speaker or the President of the Belgian Parliament, and she actually asked me to apologize for not being present here. Let me actually draw your attention to the resolution we adopted in February this year. It concerns the strategic autonomy of Belgium and the European Union in the world. We are two dependent on countries that do not share our democratic values, not only in the area of energy, but also in the area of critical products and raw materials, which pertain to the national sovereignty. This is actually very important resources for our economy. We are glad that the European Parliament has approved the European legislation last week, which concerns semiconductors. The European Chip Act. This proposal should actually promote the production of semiconductors in Europe. We support the clear strategy to decrease our dependency on non-democratic countries in key sectors, not only in the area of semiconductors. Therefore, we propose to target the supply chain that will be resilient, and we also need to ensure raw materials being delivered through the European network of raw materials agencies in order to create synergies on the European level. It's not only about strategic autonomy, but it's also about security for social networks. On the 19th of November 2021, the Belgian Senate has adopted a resolution on the fight against the disinformation. There are more than 50 recommendations on two axes. First and foremost, we need to actively fight against misinformation by detecting these false news, misinformation, and an intensive work in this area, and we also need to observe the resilience of the population against misinformation. Also, I'd like to draw your attention to two more recommendations. The Senate of Belgium recommends to verify on the higher European level in all EU member states and all languages in the Union the misinformation, and it actually requests the Commission to extend the mechanism fact-checking in terms of fighting against misinformation coming from Russia and other countries undermining our democracies. Fact-checking is, of course, entails some costs, and the European Union should carefully consider how to put more resources into fighting misinformation. Furthermore, the Commission's initiative against SLAPs, which will protect the journalists against the court cases. Thank you.
Já také děkuji, paní místopředsedkyni.
Thank you very much, Deputy or Vice Chair. And now let me actually hand over the floor to Tala Jafari, and he will be actually followed by the chairperson of the Estonian Parliament.
Distinguished Presidency, once again, thank you on behalf of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia and on my behalf to thank you and to express a pleasure for meeting each other again. Unfortunately, I cannot say that the economic situation and the security situation in the region and in the world has been improved since our most recent meeting. On the contrary, the situation following the Russian aggression in Ukraine caused the most serious security crisis in Europe after the World War II, and this is a direct attack on the foundations of the European security structure. Nobody can say that is safe, especially considering the most recent developments. Here I refer to the steps of the Russian Federation trying to circle around the sanctions that were imposed by the member states of EU. Even further is the threat over the citizens and the European Union after the agreement between Russia and Belarus for deployment of nuclear weapons on its territory, especially because Belarus borders with 3 member states of EU and NATO. Hence, in addition to the need for our joint urgent and overall selfless condemn of this unprovoked and unlawful war in Ukraine, as representatives of the directly elected legislative houses with the widest democratic legitimacy, we have to seize all opportunities offered by our constitutional status to share common values such as democracy, human rights and rule of law in our states and abroad. Allow me to reiterate the overall dedication of the Republic of North Macedonia as a partner of the European Union with whom we cooperate on many levels, and here I will refer to the Jean Monnet Dialogue, the European Parliament Western Balkans Speaker Summit, the Joint Parliamentary Committee, as well as the assistance that we have shared during the COVID-19 pandemics. Our obligation is to secure movement of goods, of technologies, as well as of people. In order for the Republic of North Macedonia to be an active stakeholder in these processes, I appeal for enlargement of the Union, considering the drastic current shift of the European security, economic and energy landscape and its far-fetching consequences for our continent. Allow me to greet you and to congratulate you for the excellent organization of this conference. Thank you.
Děkuji vám, pane předsedo.
Thank you, dear speaker. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Lauri Hussar, President of the Estonian Parliament, followed by the President of the Austrian Council.
Speaker, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as a newly elected President of the Parliament of Estonia, Riigikogu, I am very pleased and honored to attend our conference, and I am looking forward to close, fruitful cooperation with all of you. Dear colleagues, Russia is not only conducting a large-scale conventional war against Ukraine, but also an information war and cyber war against Ukraine and the full democratic world. The threat from Russia is a long-term challenge. As we have seen, the information and influence operations as well as the cyber attacks can affect the functioning of a democratic society. Being in close proximity to Russia, we have often experienced this, but that is why we are also ready to counter these attacks. The first massive cyber and information attack against a single country hit Estonia. We resisted the attack, and Estonia's subsequent consistent activity in the field of the cyber defense has, among other things, led to the establishment of a NATO Cyber Defense Center of Excellence, Tallinn. Cyber attacks are here to stay. The security environment has changed, and we must all adapt. Firstly, as highly digitalized societies, we need to make sure that the public services remain available and data are kept safe. To that end, last year, Estonia nearly doubled its annual cybersecurity budget. This mindset has to spread out to governments and companies, large and small ones alike. Each actor in the supply chain has to assume full responsibility for their cybersecurity. Secondly, we must step up our efforts in cyber capacity building and increasing our country's cyber resilience. Estonia has long shared its know-how and is ready to continue to do so. Thirdly, also in cyberspace, we must ensure accountability of the attackers. Dear colleagues, we live in the modern information society where raising media awareness is vital to maintaining democracy. And I am convinced that in addition to the member states, the European Union must take the leading role here, because the problem is overarching targeted solutions would help to make important progress here. A pan-European media awareness program for schools could be a solution here. The media consumption habit of young people are excessively influenced by the social media. In Estonia, we have integrated aspect of media awarenesses into the national curriculum for basic and upper secondary schools from the first year of school. Media and influence is a compulsory course in our secondary school. As a former journalist and media trainer, I can confirm from my own experience that an effective media and information literacy education program in school significantly changes the media consumption habits of young people and makes them consume more traditional journalism, which is essential for the functioning of balanced and democratic society. And in conclusion, if we are able to continuously adapt the latest technologies to the service of our free societies and educate our people, especially children, to successfully tackle contemporary challenges, then our countries will be also more resilient against any hostile actors in this era of hybrid warfare. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Nyní tedy
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ginter Kovac, President of Federal Council of Austria, followed by the President of Georgian Parliament.
Präsidentin, liebe Kollegen.
Speakers, colleagues, our democracies in Europe guarantee peace, prosperity, and security, not least because of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has shown that the foundations of democratic systems and our societies are facing great challenges like hybrid threats and misinformation. We have to come up with common responses to that. President Sobotka has also mentioned this before. This also entails unwavering commitment to stable and functioning democratic institutions, to rule of law, and to respect for human rights. We can only counter the threats posed to democracy together with a strong EU that focuses on the great challenges, but that also grants the member states the freedom to take decisions in other matters at national or regional level. Colleagues, from my point of view, it is of utmost importance to safeguard the EU's strategic autonomy in order to assert our European interests swiftly and comprehensively. Securing and diversifying our energy supply chains is key here. Fossil energy sources have to be replaced with renewable energies. This requires also to strengthen technologies that generate renewables, as well as their components. Initiatives dedicated to the energy transformation are key, both at the level of member states and at the regional level. One example is the Austrian federal state I come from, the Austrian Burgenland. We have set ourselves the goal of becoming climate neutral by 2030. We have embarked on a successful path here, and we want to be a role model in Europe with regard to that. Only by massively developing renewables will we be able to become independent from Russian energy imports to fight climate change and to achieve a strategic autonomy. In closing, I would like to mention one more aspect. And I would like to come back to something Ms. Metsola said. She said, only if we stand united will we be able to tackle all these challenges. Thank you for your attention.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. And now it's the Speaker of the Parliament of Georgia, Shalva Papuashvili, and he will be followed by the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg. So, Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, these turbulent times, which seem to be here to stay, are the right moment for the EU to fulfill the role for which it was created: sustainable regional peace, security, and prosperity. The European Union can revitalize its soft power by standing on the side of truth, morality, and the values that the European Union has long embodied. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe three things are critical. First, the European Union must cooperate with other democracies as a renowned and universal beacon of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The Union has a world to share, democratic values that its founding fathers incorporated in its foundations, benefits that its citizens enjoy and that makes the European Union a magnetic attraction around the world, and an area of liberty and peace. Other partner democracies, like Georgia, has a world to share too. A dedicated optimist on guard for liberty and peace, the identity of Europe, cultural heritage enriching Europe, and the best Georgian experience of state building and democratization. Second, European Union strength should come from trustworthy, evidence-based narrative. You cannot fight disinformation with disinformation. The Union has always been associated with the genuine progressive values and near-scientific model for development and prosperity. Sadly, recently we noticed a certain twist with an unfortunate tendency of placing perceptions above hard facts. In current tsunami of disinformation, European Union's real strength is to advance narratives that are based on facts rather than perceptions. Fact-based discourse strengthens democracy, perception-based narratives skew it. Our institutions of democratic governance, which are modeled on European Union, should champion the fact-based decision-making if we want to maintain public trust. And third, the promise of EU membership should be coupled with a consistent approach by its institutions, devoid of arbitrary and partisan interests. Membership promise serves as a powerful tool for promoting democracy, strengthening the rule of law and respect for fundamental rights in Georgia. Currently, we have been quite successful implementing EU's 12 recommendations for the candidate country status. These recommendations, in essence, guide democratic reforms in key areas. What we need now is a clear, verifiable and institutional process for our membership path, which has less arbitrary, less partisan political considerations. Dear friends, I believe in Europe. So does my freedom-loving nation. It is high time for Europe to believe in itself and in us too. Thank you.
Děkuji vám mnohokrát.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for actually sticking to the time limit. And now I'd like to hand over the floor to the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg, Mr. Ferdinand Etken, and he will be followed by the Speaker of the Parliament of Moldova. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, dear colleagues. At the time when the anti-democratic movements and polarization, disinformation question the values of the European Union, we must not remain silent. The defense of our common values is ever more important. The parliamentarians are the first guardians of democracy on the national level, as well as on the international level. It is clear that we ought to be united, and the parliamentary democracy can play a major role in this respect. Meetings like the one we are holding today are a clear expression of plurality and solidarity on the parliamentary level. And I am convinced that as a parliament, we have to be active in the area where we are most efficient. That means in the area of democracy. Democracy is nothing without involving the citizens. Let me remind you, the conference on the future of Europe, which was unprecedented mechanism of participative democracy, to listen to the citizens, to give the citizens the floor and aroused a feeling of unity with the European family to fight the odds and exclusion on the basis of inclusion and dialogue, to allow the citizens to experience democracy every day, is our obligation as parliamentary representatives to do everything we can so this happens. The national parliamentary institutions are the guarantees of our democratic values, and they allow us to face numerous challenges. Thank you for your attention.
Merci.
Thank you too. And now let me ask the chairperson of, or the president of the Parliament of Moldova, Mr. Igor Grosu, and he will be followed by the Speaker of the Turkish National Assembly.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear audience, allow me to express gratitude for the possibility to speak today. Moldova submitted on the 3rd of March 2022 the application for EU membership in the context of hard challenges provoked by the Russians' war of aggression against Ukraine. Besides waves of refugees, disruption of trade and energy supply, social and economic consequences of the war, the Republic of Moldova has been facing hybrid and direct attempts to destabilize the reform process and challenge the democratic rule. In response, Moldova maintained home security and accelerated reforms aiming at strengthening the overall resilience of the country. During the last year, the government has done a lot to improve energy resilience. For the first time, Moldova did not rely on Russian gas during the heating season and has joined the EU energy platform, allowing for the joint purchasing of gas with EU countries. The synchronization of energy networks with the EU system allowed to ensure undisrupted supply of electricity for households and businesses, and work on new electricity connection to Romania are being built. All the while, the country started to implement programs on energy efficiency and amended the energy sector rules to be able to buy gas on the market, to facilitate investments in renewables, and have developed an action plan to reduce energy consumption and become more energy independent. Besides energy pressure exercised by Russia, I want to point out the military risk caused by massive missile attacks against Ukraine in the proximity of the territory of the Republic of Moldova. We have registered cases of Russian missiles crossing the airspace, our airspace, which is in grave violation of our sovereignty. Our current assessment is that the security threats facing Moldova present no immediate military threats. This context has determined us to rethink and upgrade our cooperation with international partners on security and defense matters, especially with the EU-Moldova high-level political and security dialogue advanced. Cooperation on the common security and defense policy has resulted in increased European Peace Facility disbursements upcoming and CSDP mission to be started on 1st June 2023. Moldova entered the path toward the EU with the aim to create better opportunities for future generation of its citizens. It is our goal to gain recognition for the significant and sustainable progress that the country is making in getting closer to the legislation and practices of the European Union, while also addressing the recommendations of the European Commission, as well as for the Commission to recommend to the European Council to open the accession negotiation with the Republic of Moldova. Our immediate priority is to obtain the unanimous decision to open negotiation talks by the end of 2023. Thank you.
Děkuji vám, pane.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your contribution. And now the Speaker of the National Assembly of Turkey, Mr. Vashentop. And he will be followed by the Deputy Chairperson of the French National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Sayın Başkanlar. esteemed speakers, as an important and influential actor in its region with its 77 years of multi-party political life and its free and reliable electoral democracy with the highest participation rate, over 85% in the world, Turkey has been a member and worked in an integrated fashion in European and Euro-Atlantic institutions for more than 70 years. As a candidate country, the change and transformation of the European Union is of great importance to us. In Stefan Zweig's book, Decisive Moments in History, Sternstunden der Menschheit, he says, tragic and fateful moments are very rare in people's lives and in the course of history. In such periods, decisions taken or not taken on time, or delays experienced with hesitation can cause very important fault lines to form. Our world today is at such a turning point. That's why we are in a time where a strong will, a determined stance, and clear expressions are needed. The European Union needs to be on the right side of the history at this critical turning point. However, today, some EU members occupy the agenda of the Union with issues that are independent of the realities of the day. If you do not understand and comprehend the global and regional realities as they are, you cannot make the right decisions and your influence will begin to diminish over time. We see the most important example of the EU's inability to read the world politics and to carry out a strategic foreign policy in line with its own interests in Turkey-EU relations and the Turkey's membership process. While the events taking place in the world have made it necessary for the European Union to get closer with Turkey, unfortunately opposite steps are being taken. Policies contrary to today's realities and EU's own strategic interests are preferred. The EU cannot come up with a clear strategy and an effective policy that is free from double standards. Therefore, in geographies where it can contribute to the solution of global problems, EU cannot develop a healthy approach that coincides with the realities of those geographies. For this reason, some other forces are rapidly filling the empty spaces. Unfortunately, the EU, on the other hand, is still trying to give a lesson in democracy to the world with its attitude of patronizing and giving instructions, while its democracies are becoming problematic. On the other hand, an environment is developing in almost all EU member states where xenophobia, racism, and Islamophobia are on the rise, and these are supported by state politics, and values such as democracy, human rights, and freedom of expression are only valid for a certain group of people and remains as mere rhetoric. Therefore, the EU, with its own policies, harms its image and reputation both inside and outside the Union and damage on itself without the need for disinformation and fake news. Distinguished participants, the EU is at a turning point. It is essential to determine a domestic and foreign policy that is in line with today's realities and that can lead to transformation in the world. The world needs the EU, but not the version of EU as we have today. Thank you very much.
Též děkuji za váš příspěvek a
Thank you very much for your contribution. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Valérie Rabault, Vice President of the National Assembly of France. She will be followed by the President of the Committee for European Affairs of the French Senate.
Le sujet que vous avez choisi pour cette seconde table ronde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The topic that you've chosen for the second roundtable is very relevant for the very existence of the European Union. And in my opinion, this is a really strong priority for us. Energy, defense of common values, and partnership with other countries. All these are top priorities. As to the energy, after all, was one of the reasons why the European Community was created, because without energy we cannot move forward. Now, the energy dependency of the EU, however, in the past 15 years moved from 50% to 60%. That means we have become more dependent on the rest of the world. Therefore, it is absolutely vital that we reverse this trend. And if we want to gain the strategic autonomy in the field of energy, we have to invest appropriately. The European Parliament also has a role to play. The market with the electricity energy has to be reformed, and we also have to secure supplies of raw materials. The second issue I would like to speak about are partnerships with the rest of the world. We have to diversify supply chains, but many other speakers have spoken about it. So I will move immediately to the third point, and those are our European values: democracy, freedom, gender equality. All these are very important European values we have to promote. Several acts are being currently discussed by the European Parliament. For instance, the General Equality Regulation, regulation on the free movement of information and journalists. All these are very important acts that will help us fight against disinformation. However, we shouldn't be naive. We have to be strong if we want to spread these values into other countries. And now I would like to pay homage to Ukrainian women and children and to all those people who want to fight. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Next one to speak is the Chairman of the European Affairs Committee of the French Senate, Jean-François Rapin, and he will be followed by the Speaker of the President of the Italian Senate. The floor is yours.
Microphone, I just would like to. Now it should be okay.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues, l'Union européenne.
Madam President, dear colleagues, first and foremost, the democracy and adherence to the human rights as Article 2 of the Treaty of the Union reminds us. In this sense, any initiative to promote democracy and human rights is to be welcomed. And the commitment made in the Lisbon Treaty to have the European Union as such accede to the European Convention on Human Rights must be honored. However, in this perspective, on behalf of the French Senate, I would like to make you aware of a subject that could affect the democratic control for which, as parliamentarians, we are responsible. It is the section related to foreign and security, common foreign security policy. The Senate adopted a European resolution on the same day, on the 7th of March, which actually warns of the operational, legal, institutional and political issues at stake for the CFSP, but also the institutional and political issues. What is it about precisely? The Treaty of Lisbon provides that the Union shall accede to the European Convention for Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, while specifying that this accession does not modify the competences of the Union nor of its powers of its institution. A first round of accession negotiations began in 2010 and finished in 2013. And the draft agreement was in the Council. This draft agreement was to be submitted to the Court of Justice of the European Union for its opinion. In its opinion from 2014, the Court found that the draft is incompatible with the EU law. In particular, it rejected the possibility that the European Court of Human Rights could hear acts related to the common foreign and security policy, whereas it could not in application of the treaties. After this setback, the accession negotiations were resumed with a view to meeting the Court's objections. To this end, the European Commission proposed an interpretative governmental declaration to extend the jurisdiction of the CJEU to the CFCP so that the Court could rule on a possible violation of fundamental rights before the European Courts of Human Rights ruled. The legal service of the Council has supported this proposal, which would reconcile the contradictions in the treaties. In view of the French Senate, such an interpretative intergovernmental declaration would be akin to a disguised revision of the treaties. It would therefore circumvent the democratic controls exercised by the national parliaments. Moreover, such a proposal raises many operational issues for the CFCP. This is why the Senate has adopted a resolution which, while reaffirming its attachment to the objective of the Union's accession to the ECHR, it condemns any possible recourse to such an interpretative declaration with a view to circumventing the stipulations of the treaties. I'm sure that the speakers of parliaments gathered here will not remain indifferent. It is up to us together on this important subject, which will no doubt be on the agenda on the summit of the heads of states and the governments of the Council of Europe in Reykjavik next month, to guarantee the place of national parliaments in the proper democratic functioning of the European Union. Thank you.
Merci. Nyní tedy přistoupíme k poslednímu.
Thank you very much. And now we have the last person who has asked for the floor, but let me just inform you we still have some time for the debate. So, colleagues, if you want to ask for the floor, feel free to do so. Because we actually have time until 1 p.m. and now it's only 12:20, so there is still plenty of time available for you. And now I would like to give the floor to President of the Italian Senate, Mr. Ignazio La Russa, please.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank especially my friends of the Czech Republic for the excellent organization of this event. And I believe that this day will deliver an important message through the approval of the conclusions of this conference of ours. Dear colleagues, dear friends, yesterday Italy was represented here in Prague by the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, and I am taking the floor, and I'm standing in here today because we couldn't be both present at the same time, because in Italy, as you might be aware, we are celebrating April the 25th, which is a very important day. This is the day when we remember, when we celebrate the liberation from Nazi occupation during the Second World War and the defeat of fascism. Together with President of the Republic, Mr. Sergio Mattarella, and the leading authorities of the state, this morning, I took part in a solemn ceremony at the altar of the fatherland to honor the commitment, the hard work, the sacrifice for freedom and independence, and the absolute value of resistance in overcoming dictatorship and re-establish democracy in Italy. This is what this conference is about, indeed, because we're talking about totalitarianism and all forms of totalitarianism. So, because successful resistance to all forms of totalitarian regimes can be the result of bold policies, of the ability to implement real appeasement processes, and to recognize the aberrations of all totalitarian regimes, just like the European Parliament did a few years ago by approving a very important resolution condemning all forms of totalitarian regimes of the past century. Today, since I'm here in Prague, I added two important engagements to my agenda that are connected somehow to our topic today. I will thus pay homage to the many victims of Nazi savagery by going to Terezin, where you are all aware of what happened, and I've already been to the monument dedicated to Jan Palach, to the Jan Palach Memorial, as I did every time that I've been here to Prague. This is my fourth visit to this wonderful city, and I couldn't fail to bring flowers, also out of respect for your history and out of respect for a hero that I've always admired deep in my heart since I was a student. It was and is important here in this prestigious and significant forum to deliver a very clear message. European and national institutions must work, and are indeed working, in order to ensure the freedom and independence of our peoples. And this freedom and independence spans many different fields. And this is also the direction taken by the new European industrial strategies launched in 2020 and updated in 2021. Also, and the same goes for the 2022 Repower EU plan and the conclusions of the European Council of late March. And defense is just as important, because together with an ever stronger foreign policy is essential to make the European Union an increasingly relevant and influential global actor. We need to work hard and to implement the strategic compass adopted by the European Council in March 2022, because Let me stress it again. Let me stress this again. This is what we need in order to make the European Union a strong and self-confident international leader. Before going to the conclusions of this address of mine, I would like to go back to the issue of of dictatorships by recalling the gravest atrocity of the past century, the Holocaust. In order to prevent the ghost of authoritarian regimes to curb again our liberties, there has to be full cooperation and respect among states, beginning from the respect of national borders. And tomorrow, I will have the pleasure to host in Rome the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Denis Shmyhal, to whom I will confirm the friendship of Italians and my own friendship and solidarity. The Ukrainian people is not alone in its fight against Russia for the independence and for the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And at the very conclusion, I would like to conclude with the words that Senator Liliana Segre, a Holocaust survivor, a member of the Italian Senate, the words that Liliana Segre said at the European Parliament on the Holocaust Memorial Day. Quote, "There was a girl in Terezin whose name I can't remember, who drew a yellow butterfly flying over the barbed wire. Let that yellow butterfly fly forever over barbed wires." And that is my wish to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And since we have no other speakers registered for the debate, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my thanks and gratitude to all of you who presented your opinions. As there are numerous bilateral meetings going on and the agenda is actually set for 1 o'clock, and that would entail our debate on the conclusions of the presidency and adoption of the conclusions, then in view of this fact and in view of the fact that many of the participants have set the 1 o'clock in their agenda, so I would propose to have an unplanned break, unless there's, of course, someone who would like to speak again. You still have the possibility to register for the floor or to request the floor, and as Mr. Visterchil, President Visterchil said, it is possible to actually request the floor 2 times in 1 day. However, I don't see anyone interested in the debate. Then, once again, dear colleagues, thank you very much for a very fruitful discussion, and I would kindly ask you to reconvene here at 1 o'clock, and I will hand over the chair position to President Visterchil, and we will actually attend to the last part of our conference and approving the presidency conclusions. Thank you very much for very good debate today. Thank you. Madam Presidents, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is 1:05, and after an extremely interesting and fruitful discussion in the second session of our conference, let me open the last item on our agenda, which is the adoption of the conclusions of the presidency. What you got in front of you are two texts. One of the texts has gained the support on yesterday's meeting of the Troika, attended by the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, the Presidents of the lower houses of the Parliament of Slovenia, Spain and the Czech Republic, and the Presidents of the upper houses of the countries mentioned before. I would like to give you a few facts and figures on the genesis of the text. Well, the comments were received in two rounds. First and foremost, the draft has been sent to Troika, and then on the April 3rd, Troika could assess the conclusions, and we have tried to incorporate the comments of our colleagues from the Troika in the maximum extent possible. The revised text was sent to you on the 16th of April through the network of the permanent representatives of individual parliaments in Brussels for comments, and to the other participants for information and for reference. We have received a total of 64 amendments from 13 countries, 21 of which were adopted in full, 20 in a modified version, as some of the proposals were sort of overlapping, so we were trying to incorporate them by modifying those, and 23 proposals were rejected because they were contradictory. We have tried to draft it in the way that it is not against the spirit of this text, and following the agreement of the Troika, that means Slovenia, Czech Republic and Spain. The text was sent to you yesterday afternoon, and that is what you have in front of you right now. The meeting and the discussions were transparent, but because change is life and democracy is a discussion, we have two suggestions for amendments. In the first case, our Hungarian colleagues have asked the presidency to include a footnote on the first page of the text in the introductory remarks sections, in the second paragraph after the word conclusions. The text of the footnote is as specified in the document in front of you, and it is actually on the very first page of the complex material which is in front of you. So there's no need for me to read it out loud, and the head of delegation of the Hungarian Parliament, Mr. István Jakab, Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly, is actually registered for the floor, and he will probably justify the proposal. Let me just say that I am prepared to accept his proposal. The second change was presented by the German Bundestag, also refers to the introductory remarks sections of the first page, especially or specifically the third paragraph, and we are actually returning to the original wording, which shortened this particular paragraph. The version of the new paragraph, of the new wording, is in front of you on this single page, and it is actually shaded out, so I think that it is quite clear what is being added. That is the grey part of the last sentence. We are of the opinion, together with my colleague Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, that the Sunday's event was a success, and we should support the possibility of holding similar events in the future. And if you agree, the paragraph in this new wording will be included in the final version of the conclusion of the presidency, which will be distributed to you after the conference, and which will also be published on the usual platforms and websites. So therefore, we basically accepted the proposed amendment as presented by the German delegation. And now we have speakers who requested the floor. I thought that originally Mr. István Jakab, the Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly, would justify the proposal we have adopted, but I can see that we have other speakers who requested the floor before or earlier than Mr. Jakab. So let's proceed as registered for the floor. And I guess that Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly, Mr. Jakab, will be the third one to speak. So the first one to take the floor is Jean-François Rapin, please.
Monsieur le Président, si le Président Jakab veut s'exprimer en premier.
Mr. President, if Mr. István Jakab wants to speak first, I don't mind at all. Well, due to how the equipment is set, unless Deputy Speaker Jakab, let's stick to the order. Thank you.
Merci. Merci donc, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just would like to say that I very much welcome the conclusions of the presidency mentioned Cossack in Article 14. But let me put it this way. I deeply regret that the only initiative that the European Parliament has been actually noted, because in the course of the French and the Czech presidency, we have sent a number of messages and communications to broaden and to capitalize on the work of national parliaments. So I do regret that the discussions prior to the elaboration of these conclusions of the presidency, the fact that the national parliaments are not mentioned in Article 14 was a bit problematic for me, so I do regret this has not been taken account, and only in the European Parliament is mentioned in paragraph 14. I think we should all defend our values and democracy, which is what we do in national parliaments. Thank you. Thank you for your remark. The next one to speak is Angelo Ferrugia.
Having heard you explaining about the amendments, I feel a little bit aggrieved with regards to two particular amendments. One of them is the one proposed by Malta with regards to ceasefire. I mean, I went through all the conclusion of the Troika and I cannot find anything about ceasefire. And as normal is carried out in any conferences, that at least it is discussed, the amendment is distributed to the members, and then if they don't agree in the conference, it should be at least as a footnote. Now, the fact that it's not even put for the discussion, I mean, we are, our amendment was to affirm that an acceptable solution to end the war can only be achieved by open and effective dialogue amongst all the actors in the conflict, and insist that a permanent ceasefire in the region is a prerequisite for an acceptable peace framework. That is our amendment, and I think that it should have at least be discussed, not by the Troika only, but we are here in a democracy to discuss whether we need to talk about ceasefire or not. The other amendment was just a one-word amendment with regard to paragraph 5, where we agree with the paragraph 5, except that after the word further, we need to put the targeted sanctions packages as is indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for your comment. And of course, there is an opportunity to actually present your opinions in the debates. And as I followed your presentations and your opinions, you had the opportunity to present the opinions. There were also other opinions that voiced the fact that whoever decides about the way how the conflict ends in Ukraine are the Ukrainians themselves. Hence, this was reflected in the results or the draft of the conclusions of the presidency. So I do not agree that there was no debate. It's not that we would cite that would actually refer to the specific amendments as presented by the individual contributions. And now let me actually hand over the floor to Mr. Yaksan.
A záró dokumentum elfogadása kapcsán
In relation to the approval of this closing document, I have 3 reasons to speak. First, I am pleased to see in the text the modification proposed by the Hungarian parliament, a reference to national minorities, which is important not just for those living in Ukraine, but also for about 50 million of our fellow EU citizens who belong to national minorities. Let me also ask you not to forget about Georgia's EU integration in paragraph 9. So I am asking you to also include Georgia in the text next to Ukraine and Moldova. And thirdly, I do wish to join the criticism put forward by Speaker Farrugia of Malta. I want to stress that I regret that this conference failed to conduct a dialogue in merit on the content of the amendment proposals put forth by the Hungarian National Parliament, but presumably also by several other chambers. I would like to thank the speaker for his contribution, and I do hope that at similar events in the future we will succeed in adopting a text that is based on genuine consensus. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for the time that we could spend together.
Thank you very much indeed. So if I understand it correctly, your latest amendment is that under point 9 we also include Georgia next to Moldova and Ukraine. I must say that for me, as the presenter of this proposal, it can be accepted. So as to what you mentioned, Vice Speaker, I believe that's fine. But then I can only reiterate what I've already stated. It's not true there was no debate. There was a debate, actually. And now the next person who would like to speak is Ruslan Stefanchuk, Speaker of Verkhovna Rada.
Dear friends, dear speakers, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you again. I would like to emphasize one important issue. The proposal about simple ceasefire, I think, is not quite right, because our main goal is that we not just have to achieve the ceasefire on both sides. We have to do our best for Russia to get out of Ukraine completely. So let's make sure that these amendments and these proposals would not become the pretext for Russia to grab some of these definitions and words to say that they can do the ceasefire without restoring the territorial integrity. As I said, the only precondition for the fair peace is the peace formula proposed by Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and the question of de-Russianizing Ukrainian territory is the question number one. Russia has to go out of the territory of Ukraine, do all the reparations for what they have done, and only after that we can discuss some of these things. And this is how I would like my fellow colleagues from the parliament to perceive Ukraine's position. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. Now, my fellow colleague speaker has mentioned what has been mentioned several times already, and that's why that amendment, that wording, was not included in the text of the conclusions. I don't see anyone else asking for the floor, so I thereby would like to conclude the debate of these conclusions, and I can say that the draft conclusions have been discussed, and I thank you all very much for the constructive discussion, and I'm happy we've succeeded. Thank you.
zdá se skoro, že už je náš.
Now, it seems that our agenda has reached its final point, but please do not leave yet, because I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for your participation and for fruitful discussion. I would like to thank my colleague, Madam Pekarova-Adamová, for very good cooperation and collaboration, and it's a real pleasure working with her. So, Markéta, thank you very much indeed.
Také bych chtěl poděkovat.
Now, I would also like to thank all those who were involved in organizing this conference. Those were dozens or maybe hundreds of people. Recently, it almost seemed to me that the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate turned into a place where it was not even allowed to take sleep. So I really thank all those people very much. So please, big applause for all those involved in organizing this conference. And now, before I give the floor to my kind colleague Markéta, I would like to share a little secret with you. All went to this great success because we were kindly guarded by this symbol. It is this small Senate lion that you all received in your gift set. So in the future, if you need good luck, make sure you have the Czech lion with you. And I'm very happy this symbolic object was with us. So that's all on my behalf. And now I would like to give the floor for final remarks to my colleague Markéta. Thank you, speaker, dear fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Were held here. I thank you all for your contributions, for your keynote speeches, and once again, big thanks go to all of you who came here to Prague to attend this event. I hope you enjoyed these 2 days with us. I hope you found them fruitful. And once again, I would like to thank all the organizers from the Czech Senate, from the House of Deputies, and from many other organizations involved. Let's not forget that we were also assisted by the security services and many others. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all have a safe journey back home. I hope you have found these debates fruitful and you are taking something from these debates back to your homes. Now, the first Czechoslovak president, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, used to say that democracy means discussion. And we hold this president very dear because many decades ago, or almost 100 years ago, he was saying lots of things that are always valid and even more valid today. So let me commemorate him, and let me thereby conclude the parliamentary dimension of the Czech presidency to the EU in 2022. This was the very final event of the Czech presidency. Now I will be more than happy to see you all here in Prague again on the 24th of October this year, because it will be a great pleasure together with Ruslan Stefanchuk to the Crimean platform. It will be the second meeting of speakers of parliaments, and we will do our best to make sure this event is successful as well. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, many thanks to all of you. Big thanks to Miloš Vystrčil. And now I would like to give the floor to the Speaker of the Spanish Parliament, because the next EUSC conference is supposed to take place under the Spanish presidency. It will be organized by our Spanish friends. So the final words for you.
Thank you very much, Presidents. The Spanish presidency will start 1st of July. Dear colleagues, I would like to invite you to attend the Speakers' Conference in Madrid next year from 21st April to 23rd April. And also, I would like to say that we can guarantee that in Madrid we'll host a meeting of female speakers prior to the conference, as here. So, see you in León if you can, and for sure next year see you in Madrid. Thanks to the Czech presidency for the outstanding organization of this meeting and to feel everybody as well and very comfortable and like at home. Thank you very much for everything.
No, mira.
Zvláštní osvětlení tady.
Zeptám se z české, jestli mi někdo mává. Dobrá. Dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me greet you from the Prague Congress Center, where we have the two-day conference of the speakers of the parliaments coming to its end. The conference was organized by both chambers of the Czech Parliament, and it's the closing event of our presidency in the Council of the EU. And we have the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Parliament, Mrs. Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, welcome, and the President of the Senate of the Parliament, Mr. Miloš Vystrčil, so welcome. And I'd like to give him the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The conference of the speakers of the parliaments of the EU member states has come to its end. It has come to a successful end. We had altogether 53 delegations from 40 countries. So apart from EU member states, we also had candidate countries present and also other like-minded countries with similar perspectives as the EU member states. The conference came to a successful end because we successfully deliberated the conclusions of the presidency. And to sum it up very briefly, in our concluding declaration, the countries, first of all, supported Ukraine in its fight against the Russian aggressor, and they clearly declared their willingness to continue supporting Ukraine, both in humanitarian terms and military terms, and also support to those that were forced to flee Ukraine. We were also successful in our second topic on the agenda, so we successfully deliberated that the EU member states will try to promote a bigger independence on authoritarian and totalitarian regimes, and that we will cooperate to also extend the EU family with other candidate countries, and we will communicate in that way. We also had bilateral meetings as part of the conference, and yesterday evening we went to the Prague Castle, and there was the president of the country, Petr Pavel, present at that meeting, and there were many meetings held there. Let me highlight that we had a meeting with all the candidate countries, and at that meeting we said clearly that it is in our interest to have the EU extended enlarged with the candidate countries. So once the candidate countries fulfill all the preconditions, and of course we will provide better support and cooperation on their journey. Thank you, and Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This conference was the closing event of the parliamentary dimension of our presidency in the Council of the EU. We can also say that it was the largest event that we co-organized as two chambers of our parliament. And I would like to say thank you to the Senate of the parliament, because they shared the bigger portion of the cake, so to say, to organize. And I think that it is obvious that they managed to organize it in an excellent manner. So many thanks to Miloš Vystrčil, the president, and also many thanks to all those in the organizational team, because these are hundreds of people that contributed to the success. So when it comes to our conference, I think that everyone appreciated that as a historical moment, we had colleagues coming from 3 candidate countries at this conference, and for the very first time, these 3 colleagues represented the candidate countries, that is Ukraine, Moldova, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is important also because, as we say in our conclusions, it is extremely important to call on further enlarging the EU family, because it is in our interest. So it's not only in the interest of the candidate countries, but also in the existing member states of the EU, because the enlargement will strengthen our stability, and it's a significant step towards safety. So, of course, safety as a topic is dominating the public space and discussions. And, of course, our discussion also revolved around the war in Ukraine, and it's also mentioned in our conclusions. We called on maintaining pressure on Russia through economic sanctions and also through deliveries of arms and ammunition to Ukraine. And those of us that represent also NATO member states at this conference are certainly glad that our resolution supported a speedy enlargement of NATO and the idea, the notion of closer cooperation between the NATO and the EU. We have to realize that Russia bears full responsibility for war crimes in Ukraine, including kidnapping and re-education of Ukrainian children. It's also a part of our conclusions. And we were calling on establishing a tribunal that will bring to responsibility those that commit war crimes, and it will also deal with the reparations for Ukraine. And also we call on confiscating Russian assets and the assets to be used to reconstruct Ukraine, which is much needed. We also called on the Chinese representatives not to further worsen the situation on the war field by delivering more arms and ammunition to the Russian aggressor. Today's topic of the Today conference also focused on bigger cooperation of all democratic states so that we're more resilient towards authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. Of course, we do not want to repeat our mistakes from the past, mistakes that made us dependent on various countries. And I'm speaking about our own experience in Europe and in the Czech Republic. That we became dependent on Russia when it comes to deliveries of raw materials. But of course, that dependence is dangerous also in other areas than raw materials. So we call on preventing such dependence in the future. We should be more autonomous, more sovereign. Colleagues also appreciated an initiative to call for a working meeting of Madam Speakers. And that initiative was found interesting to that extent that it was included in the conclusions, and that initiative will continue in the future as well. So Madam Speakers will continue meeting at upcoming conferences of the speakers. There are various topics to talk about, not only human rights, but also, for example, the impact of the conflict in Ukraine on women and children, but also other topics like a bigger involvement of women in politics. So I'm really happy that the initiative found good ground and that we will continue organizing these meetings in the upcoming years as well. And last but not least, let me remind you that soon we will have another meeting of the Speakers of Parliaments here in Prague. It will be in the context of the second annual meeting of the Crimea platform, and together with the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Stefanchuk, we will invite our colleagues to this meeting, and not only colleagues coming from the EU and NATO member states or other European countries, but our ambition is to have as many representatives of countries of other continents joining us as possible. Africa, Asia, Latin America. We're really interested in holding dialogue with them and also explaining to them what this war conflict is about. It's a war conflict happening very close to us, so we would like to explain to them all the realities of what is happening there. That conference will take place on the 23rd and 24th of October this year in Prague, and I think that by successfully concluding our presidency with this conference, we proved that we can be good and successful organizers of such important events.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now I would like to give the floor to the media. First, the Czech TV. Yes, I have a question. You were saying it is important to get rid of any dependencies on any totalitarian regime. So what are the steps the EU plans to take in the near future? And as to Ukraine, do you think this is realistic that Ukraine starts accession talks by the end of this year? Yes, thank you. When it comes to strategic dependency, Madam Speaker has already quoted some of those 34 points included in the conclusions, and actually 2 or 3 of them refer specifically to strategic dependency on raw materials and on products that we take today from totalitarian regimes and countries. The way out of this dependency is the following. First, it is important to search for the resources within the community of like-minded countries. And if we find such resources, we have to make the best use of them, even though at a certain moment we may see cheaper resources from totalitarian countries. But cheaper resources, it's actually nothing else but buying our freedom. Because if we decide to take these products from those countries will then make us pay very dearly. The example of the Russian aggression in Ukraine shows it very clearly. There was the lack of gas in Europe at a certain point. Now, the second way out is that if we see that some materials, some products are only available in totalitarian regimes, we have to think of possible ways how to get these materials and products available in the free world, or maybe how to change the technologies So, for instance, now I'm referring to getting away from fossil fuels and replacing them by other renewable resources of energy. So these are my answers as to what specific steps and specific actions can be taken to get rid of this dependency. And the third thing I would like to mention in this regard is better cooperation with the Indo-Pacific region, with democratic countries in that region. I see a great potential there. And this can be, there's a potential for great cooperation in the field of technologies, smart technology, smart industry. So we have to make better use of this. And this is also something that appears in the conclusions. Thank you. I would also add something, trying to answer the second question which you've asked. Now, of course, we can't give you the 100% certainty, but what we can say is that the debate which we had today and yesterday showed the European Union is ready to do something about the current situation. And I must say that Ukraine, as a candidate country, and the Ukrainian parliament has prepared a clear overview of what they've done so far to comply with our requirements. And they distributed a written booklet to all of us. So they take this situation very seriously, and they are trying to do all they can to show us they are ready. Now, in the speech delivered today by the President of the European Parliament, Madam Robert Metsola, we could also conclude that the readiness of the EU institutions is enormous. And it is enormous because we all realize this is our common interest. So I tend to be rather optimistic, and I think that contributions we've heard from the speakers today indicate that it could be realistic. However, let's not forget about other countries. We've mentioned Moldova, we've mentioned Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, there are many other countries, and some of them have been holding the candidate status for more than 10 years. Yesterday, we had a meeting with these countries over the working breakfast, and representatives of these countries, they said there's no point in coming up with more and more requirements and things they have to comply with, because they've already complied with so many requirements. And they said there was a certain fatigue among people in these countries who initially were really motivated and really optimistic about getting in the EU. However, when it drags for so long, then the people become tired and they become more susceptible to all kinds of misinformation campaigns. And that's actually what we see in other countries. So it is important to speed up the procedure, and once the requirements have been complied with, which is an absolute prerequisite, we have to move on. Thank you. Other questions? The Czech press agency, please. Good afternoon, I am Wojciech Dvořáček from CTK. I have a question about raw materials. You mentioned Roberta Metsola, who, among many other people, spoke about European unity. How do you think the European Union could convince those members who do not share the same view about the strategic autonomy? For example, Hungary. We've heard the Speaker of the Hungarian Parliament say that Hungary would like to see more understanding and more respect, and he said that Hungary had no way of replacing raw materials from Russia, and he said that countries should choose raw materials not based on the ideology. So what do you think the European Union could do to convince these countries? Well, I believe that these debates are absolutely vital. We have to learn to listen to each other and to understand each other better. And we have to understand the obstacles some countries have to overcome when they try to get rid of their dependencies on strategic products rather quickly. So we have to see a broader context. Now, on the other hand, today, in the course of the morning session, we've heard several specific examples as to how countries could resolve such situations and could deal with their strategic dependency. So this could be a source of inspiration for them. I don't say this is enough, but I believe is to repeat and again what kind of threats there are when you have this dependency. And I must say, me and my colleague, speaker, Mr. Vystrčil, have experience with discussions with our colleagues from Taiwan. And therefore, we believe we shouldn't forget about threats coming from China. So we have to pay attention not only to the threats coming from Russia, but to other authoritarian regimes in the world. And there are quite a few globally. After all, more people in the world live in authoritarian regimes. That's the fact. So I believe strategic dialogue is important. We have to continue such dialogue, and I think that we in the Czech Republic can serve as a role model as well. We did manage to remove the strategic dependency on the Russian gas. I believe we can say that we did quite well, despite some pessimistic scenarios, even though some people, I don't want to mention specific names, were quite pessimistic. So when there's a will, there's a way, I would like to say, and I think it is our common interest to convince all our partners in the EU. But yes, it's true, there are 27 EU members, so it's not easy to have such dialogue. It's not easy to agree on something among all 27 members. However, we should not give up on such efforts. As to the question of ideology, I would like to say that when you follow such way, you will have to pay for that very dearly. As my colleague Mr. Vystrčil has mentioned, this is not only about prices, this is about other related effects and consequences. And as we can see right now, we are already paying quite a lot for not being sufficiently perceptive to the hostile ideology around us. Thank you. And now, Mr. Vystrčil, would you like to add something? Yes. I don't want to mislead you. When you want to remove strategic dependency, it doesn't mean that we can continue trading with some countries, with such countries, however, on mutually beneficial conditions. So when you want to get rid of your dependency or your addiction to eating sweet things, it doesn't mean you stop eating them completely. So let's not misinterpret what we are hearing here. Now, we really want to avoid a situation that when you suddenly do not have certain products or raw materials available, you are in big problems and you don't know what to do. So we want to avoid situations such as these. But however, now it has to be a gradual process, step by step. And the first step to take is to acknowledge that this is not the way to go, because that dependency is too risky, too dangerous. And I can't give you any better example than the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and then consequently the lack of gas across Europe, across the EU, because that was the example of the strategic dependency. I am not trying to say we can't take any gas from Russia. However, we do not want to be in the position that we take all the gas from Russia. We can't say that there will be a complete ban on any gas from Russia or any sweet meals. If somebody says that, they either say it on purpose or they don't understand what they are saying. I don't know. Now, the second thing, how to do that, how to get rid of such dependency, how to make others see that. Well, you can either do it as an example, by way of example. You can either do it, also do it on the basis of your experience. Some of us have this past experience. And then there's another possibility that you offer something better, something smarter, something more healthy. And that's what my colleague, fellow speaker, explained, that others already did this. Others already managed to find smarter solutions, and those countries that become more rich. So that's the way we should take. And as I've mentioned before, sometimes the EU rules are so complex that they prevent us from scientific research and from coming up with new ideas.
Do we have more questions? The radio and TV of Slovakia. Katarina Vítková, Slovak TV. Good afternoon. You talked about your initiative to initiate the creation of the War Tribunal. How realistic do you see it that you will actually manage to bring those culprits in front of that tribunal, those that initiated the aggression in Ukraine? Because there are many examples like Moldova or other countries that have that will have elections, like in Slovakia, that there are under threat. And to what extent do you think that you, as legislative bodies, can come with a mechanism not to destabilize the system, because there might be threats of losing freedom of speech and things like that? I'll start with your second question, which is very difficult to come up with a simple solution, because of course, freedom of speech is our fundamental value, one of our fundamental values, but freedom of speech shouldn't mean that we can freely lie and we do not have to be held responsible for that. That's a big difference. And this fundamental value sometimes is an asset for our enemies that they're capable of using against us very well. So we have to be aware of the differences, and I think that most of us are aware of that, and we could hear it in the contributions of our colleagues. But there are differences in how we want to directly solve this, and every country resorts to a different solution, because there might be under a different level of threat, and also there's a different level of the public acceptance to various methods. In some countries, there's a huge problem with disinformation. In other countries, the problem is not so large. And it's also because the population might be differently educated in things like critical thinking. And we have to continually focus on that. It should be our priority, educating not only the youngest generation to be able to apply critical thinking. I like an approach which says that our citizens should actively use a journalist's approach of verifying information, just like you journalists that honor the basic principles of your profession do things like that. You verify data and information, and we lay citizens should be capable of doing the same thing. So we should not only rely on fact-checking of anyone else, but we should actively do it ourselves. And today, we could also hear that the EU is active in this area, EU as a whole and its individual bodies and institutions. We have the Digital Service Act and other pieces of legislation. They could serve as a guide, as a manual for us. But of course, we also have to implement these regulations and directives. So we have discussed it together. We also were very much involved in those discussions during our presidency in the Council. But of course, implementation is very important because in case of social networks, they own the algorithms. They have it in their hands, and it requires their will to modify the algorithms so that they create an environment, a platform, where you can freely express your opinion, but it will also be careful and vigilant and monitor statements that go beyond the acceptable border and that might also be covered by the criminal code. And the speakers of parliaments play an important role in that as well, because unfortunately, we sometimes witness that politicians elected to parliaments participate in sharing disinformation. They use disinformation in their political struggle. So we ourselves should be very careful how we use information. And your first question, what was it? The tribunal. So I will very briefly answer that, and then I'll give the floor onwards. I think that sometimes we feel that the steps should follow one another. Only when we successfully complete the previous step, we can do the next one. So such as we say, only when there's a complete victory, successful victory of Ukraine, then we can start preparing the tribunal. But it is not a consecutive set of actions. We have to do it simultaneously. Just like we have already started reconstructing some parts of the Ukrainian territory. And we also have witness statements to what was happening in Ukraine. And our country is very active in collecting the witness statements. That is important for the future activities of the tribunal. And the preparation of that tribunals should already be ongoing. And we are one of the countries that calls on everyone that could be involved in it to be already active, because the more time elapses from the offense, the less the likelihood is that the culprit will be brought to justice. So we, of course, have to support Ukraine through all the means available to help it win the war. And I'm happy that we have it in the declaration that we want to continue helping Ukraine through deliveries of arms and ammunition. That is important, of course. And we also call for justice for Ukraine. That also have to be on our minds. And all of that needs to be done simultaneously. The Speaker of the lower house of the Austrian Parliament, Wolfgang Sobotka, said in his speech that we would need a vaccine to protect ourselves from disinformation. But of course, there will not be any vaccine. And what is important is to do what the speaker has said before me, educating people to be able to critically think and to fact check. And also we have to be active, and we have to point fingers at disinformation and correct the statements. As for justice, well, somebody wrote that justice is the train that comes only after all the other trains. But if it doesn't come at all, it's really bad, because people tend to lose hope. And their hope that they're living a life that is proper and decent, and that they receive remuneration for what they do, reward for what they do, that's something that people have to have. And that's why I think that it is very important that the crimes committed in Ukraine are brought to justice and are punished. And justice is one of the fundamental values, apart from wisdom and goodwill. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the press briefing is coming to its end. So thanks to the speaker and the president. Thank you for your time. Thanks for your attention. And let me just repeat once again that the next conference of the speakers will take place in 1 year in Madrid.